Hello, hello, and welcome everybody. Hello, Aninia. How are you doing today? And yeah, you're fine. Yeah, I'm doing okay too. So yeah, today is gonna be another game dev stream, and yeah, like yesterday, we've spent the stream trying to figure out a good architecture for the API server. And yeah, unfortunately, I tried to fit that idea into a fully asynchronous protocol based on WebSockets. But yeah, I realized that no, I need to have an actual HTTP based API server, and the WebSocket asynchronous thing is just an addition to that. If we think about that that way, I mean, then everything is becoming pretty clear what we need to do. So for now, I think I'm gonna create that project within the Ymirheim server solution, because at least for now, it's going to share a lot of code base. Like I need the game project, because I need to be able to access the database, and basically everything that I need from the database is within that game project. So it's nice. I didn't separate that too much, and it should be pretty good. Should be pretty good. Actually, wait, login server. Does that have something? Database mappings. Well, yeah, login server does have some mappings. So maybe I'll move them to the game project. Because here we have world database, world log database. I need the world database. Well, yeah, and the log database as well. So yeah, we'll figure it out. At least now it's pretty clear to me how it should work. So, how am I gonna create a new project here? I don't know, to be honest. I think I'm just gonna create a new folder. Wait, that's not where I want to create it. I want it here. Let's go like that. Ymirheim server API. And technically I can build it as a separate Docker image, and I can deploy it somewhere else. Not necessarily in the same Kubernetes cluster, but I could technically deploy it into the same Kubernetes cluster. Why not? Well, we'll figure it out. For now, I just need a new project. So let's start with the project file. I'm going to just copy that to there. Yeah, okay, this should be fine. So for now, I'm gonna reference the core and the game. Microsoft extensions, memory. Do we need that? Yes, probably. Well, I don't know. I will probably need it for authentication. For now, we can remove it. Style cross-linator JWT. For now, I'm gonna remove it, but we will need it to actually validate the JWT. Okay, so I have that. Let's copy the program file as well. Why don't I have access to Builder Core? Oh, I guess I need to build the project. But okay, I'm gonna delete that. Entity framework. In terms of services, open telemetry. Yeah, why not? We don't need the auth manager. libuv, we don't need that. Game data. World manager. No, we don't need that. User session, we don't need that. Everything from the login server goes away. So yeah, maybe something like that. Now, let's try .NET restore. .NET build. Oh, right. This is why I didn't have that. Wrong path. Okay. For now, that should be enough. So, somehow, we need to create, well, maybe actually, this would be not the most optimal way of creating this project, because I need the ASP.NET setup. VS Code doesn't want to work with this for some reason. Guess I need to restart it. But first, let's see. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a new ASP.NET API project. Just a temporary one that maybe we can use as a structure, the base structure. So .NET new, I think. I'm not doing that often, so list. So what do we have? ASP.NET Core, Web API, AOT. I think we need just the Web API. What is this? Oh, it's not Core, I guess. Well, let's try Web API, and we will see how that looks like. New Web API, create Web API. No, stop. It's trying to do that right in the directory. It's so stupid. Now it's all red. Okay. Created a project. Hello, Black Beverage. How you doing? So is this compatible with what we have here? Let me take a look. iService collection. Yeah. So maybe it's gonna be nicely compatible. So what do we have? Build app at OpenAPI. Okay. Map OpenAPI. Use HTTPS redirection. Summaries. I mean, this is not what they wanted. They wanted proper MVC controllers. So adds OpenAPI services, extension method, maps an endpoint for viewing the OpenAPI document in JSON format. Okay. Oh, this is what we needed. The JWT authentication. Required role tester. Huh. So how can we create controllers from this? I haven't worked with the ASP.NET in a really long time. I don't remember how this is working. Controller-based APIs. There we go. How do we register them? The API controller attribute can be applied to an assembly. When API controller attribute is applied to an assembly, all controllers in the assembly have the API controller attribute applied. There is no way to opt out for individual controllers. Apply the assembly level attribute to the program CS file. Map controllers. Aha. Well, I'm curious. Can I use my app host builder? I think I can. I'm pretty sure I can. Let's restart this. And as I just was restarting it, it started actually working, but okay. Okay. So, what do we need? Let's start with OpenAPI overview. We need this package. Okay. Gonna look at the NuGet, what's the latest version. Because I don't want to bind to non-fixed version. 907. Okay. So we have that. OpenAPI, what does it require? Microsoft OpenAPI and JSON. Okay. So let's say we have that. For now, we're not gonna use the API description server, I think. Because this is... Actually, maybe we do need that. Provide support for generating OpenAPI documents at build time and serializing. So, well, let's do that. Why not? Generate OpenAPI. Okay. And this thing. Again, let's take a look at what is the latest version. Again, 907. So let's try to register this OpenAPI thing. And we will see if we can do that. Let me get... It still doesn't want to highlight the file. What the hell? Should be good. Weird. I didn't add this project to the stupid solution file. How am I gonna do that? I think I actually had a tool for that. .NET SLN, if I remember correctly. Okay, yeah. SLN add src API. Hopefully. Add it to the solution. Updated the version. Okay. Here's our project. Good. You stupid thing. You generated a bunch of configurations that I don't need. All of that x86 thing. Okay, let's delete everything regarding that. I hate this SLN structure. I think they mentioned that they want to move away from this SLN, but I don't know what was the actual result of all of that. Stupid thing. This is annoying. Hello, Architect. Hi. Good afternoon to you as well. Okay, now we need to do the same for this. Oh, I also have really stupid thing. Okay, let's do it like this. Everything that contains this thing needs to go away. So stupid. Why do I have to do this? I didn't have that architecture in my SLN file. I just wanted to register a new stupid project because the syntax is so stupid that I have to do that through some stupid tool, and that stupid tool generated a bunch of crap that I never need. Sorry for my rant. It's just annoying. This format goes basically back to, I don't know, early 2000s, I guess. They never created anything better for the replacement. I appreciate that they created proper project files, and you don't have to list every single file in them anymore. That's awesome. They might as well have created a proper solution file. It's stupid that they have to do this. Okay, we have this. This is all that I needed. Now I have the highlight. Okay, good. So we have the Open API, I guess. We don't need the network, don't need the authentication. Right. After app build, we map Open API. App Ah, this is not a web application anymore, right? Oof. But it's okay. That means that I do have to create a proper web application builder, and I'm pretty sure I still can register all my services as I usually do. Okay. App run. And I want to just try and create a dummy controller like this. So, I don't know, test. We're gonna return. What are we gonna return? Huh. Actually, I want to see how it looks like. Right, and the style cup cannot work with this thing. But okay, it should be fine for now. So let's take a look what it's gonna do. Right. Right. Analog logger factory. Well, yeah, that's expected. Well, I guess for now, we can skip that and just see how it works on its own. Then we'll try to figure out what to do with the app host and stuff like that. What's going on? Open telemetry. Ah, yeah. My bad. Okay, so I have something. Okay, it works. Somewhat. So where is... Oh, there is the file. So how does it work with that file again? Open API, generate documents. I've set it. So can I make it return the actual GUI to browse this this document? Map OpenAPI adds an endpoint to the application for viewing the OpenAPI documents realized into JSON. The OpenAPI endpoint is restricted to development environment. Where is it? Like, what is the actual endpoint? OpenAPI document name JSON. Is there a GUI for this? Like, I can get it like OpenAPI and then the document name, right? No, not that. This. No. OpenAPI / document name .json. And what is the document name? default document name. V1. What the hell? Okay, maybe let's read the documentation a little bit more. Open API v1 to JSON. Or what's the environment? Wait a second, maybe I'm not in the dev environment. Yeah, I'm in production. I see. Still in production. What's the name of the environment that I need to use? ASP.NET Core? Yes, okay. There we go. Now we have that. But is there a GUI for this thing now? Like, I know there is, but how do I do that? Use OpenAPI documents. Swagger UI. Use Swagger UI. Okay, nice. So we need this package. Swagger UI middleware. So we have that. If development map, use Swagger UI. I mean, I will enable it for production, but for now, let's do it there. No suggestions, sure. Oh, it's already there. launch URL Swagger. So maybe I need... There we go. Oh, it's too bright. But yeah, that's our Swagger, and yeah, it generates. Wow. Wow, 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 nice. Okay, perfect. We have that. We have that. Now, what do we have? What do we have among the options? Do we have a dark mode? And wait. Let me see. Swagger endpoint. I want it to be in a root. Swagger endpoint. Well, let's just explore the options, I guess. Well, I guess we can inject some style shades to make it dark, maybe later. Yeah, by the way, what about the authentication? We don't have it. We don't have the authentication. But it's okay, it's okay. Route prefix. Can we make it to host on the main page? Yes, perfect. Okay. I think this is it for now for Swagger. Right. So one thing that I don't like is that I cannot include my login settings. I cannot include my OpenTelemetry because I don't have the actual Builder app info available. Because I'm using the web application now, which is a bit different. But it's okay. Back to the documentation, I guess. Scalar is an open source interactive document UI for open API. Scalar can integrate Open API point provided by... What does that do? Map scalar API reference. Nah. Actually, wait. Maybe it's better than Swagger. Oh, I think it is better. Scalar ASP.NET Core. Let's try. Why not? We're here to learn. Today, at least. 2.6.3 is the latest version. Wait. It's supposed to be here. I think I like this more, at least because it has dark mode. I don't know, it's a little bit unusual to me because I'm not used to stuff like this. Curl. Interesting. Wow. I like it. I like it. Let's use this one and not Swagger. Now, can we make it again work on the home page? So we're gonna get rid of that. Map scalar. And you can download even YAML. Wow. Okay, I like it. I like it. Open API client. Ooh. Interesting. Okay. Where is the .NET thingy for this? I believe this is it. Documentation. Configuration options. Huh. And with HTTP context even. With a prefix. Okay, let's do what? Title is gonna be Ymirheim API. Do we have a reference? Route pattern? No. Can you give me the reference of all the settings, please? It's faster this way, I guess. Prefix. Where does it go? Configure options. Endpoint prefix. Aha. It's stupid, but okay. I was hoping it's gonna be within the options, but no. It's right here. So now can it serve on the home page? Yes, perfect. Ymirheim API. Let's make it consistent. Ymirheim server API. Okay, I like it. So we have our documentation. Okay, open APIs. So controller-based APIs, let's see, because we need that. We need something much more powerful than we have right now. So controllers. So let's try creating a folder called controllers. Then we do well, let's do a new class, test controller. So we need what? We need API controller route is gonna be test. Created at action. Produces JSON. Aha. Okay. Yes, this is something that they also like to do. So let's see. Ymirheim controller base. This is gonna extend from here. It will have this stupid attribute. And it will have this. Because all our controllers are gonna produce JSON regardless of what they are doing. So now this test controller can extend from here. We don't need the API controller attribute there anymore. Then let's see. Oh, I could use that, use controllers. Well, I'm curious now, what would that do? Let's try to do that with our test application. Still have it here. Yeah, that's the structure. Oh, there we go. And yeah, we can actually use these return types properly. Okay, I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Add controllers. This is something that we need to specify right here. Add open API, build, map open API, HTTP redirection, authorization. I didn't configure any, but okay. I'm not gonna use Swagger for sure. I really liked that. Wait, where is that? Scalar. Ah, there it is. I didn't like Swagger. I mean, it's like an industry standard, but yeah, it's like a decade old. And Scalar looks way better. Map Scalar API reference, map controllers, use authorization. What else does it do? Have that. Sure. App settings. That's okay for now. What do we have on the launch settings? So, weather forecast. So have a logger. That's nice. I want to... how I'm gonna do that? I want to use login. But yeah, I would have to do that within each controller separately. That's fine. HTTP get name. What is this name, by the way? Like what does it do? Test controller. Let's copy that, yes. Well, for now we can just copy and play with that a little bit. Why not? Wish this thing would be. There we go. Thank you. Let's see. Okay, have/test. Get test. Have some examples. How does it do that? Like, wow. Test request. Like if I would do that with, well, yeah, I guess .NET is awesome. But yeah, if I would do that with PHP, that would be such a pain to generate it properly, this Swagger document or OpenAPI document. But yeah, here it's just working. Awesome, I like it. But what's that name? Why do we need the name? Check test. I don't see that name here. Get weather forecast. Huh. Operation ID. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What else do I have there? Order template. Weird. Okay. Yeah, I think we can get rid of that. And that should generate automatically. I'm curious, what would the name be? We don't have that. Maybe that's for beta. I think I saw something in the documentation about those names. Yes, we have the arguments. Okay, whatever. No, actually, I'm curious now. Oh, I think I have that in the OpenAPI overview with the name. What does that do exactly and why do we need it? Don't think we need it. Don't think we need it. Maybe later I will assign it if I would have to. Okay. We have our controllers. Perfect. And we have our documentation. Awesome. Now, what do we do about the Boulder services? Do we need those? I mean, I don't think I need analog. Actually, I do. Maybe. I don't know. So, where do we start? What are we gonna do? We have our very basic web application already. It just works. Not even sure. Probably we're gonna create the sockets IO application next. And where do I put it? I would prefer to put it right here, but theoretically it's a completely separate application. I don't know. But do we need it right now? The authorization, how does that work? Do I have a tutorial for this? Hmm. Maybe we can start with this. Let's try this. See how it works. Signature. Issue claim, audience claim, token expiration, basic validation, add authentication, services add authentication. Okay. Authority audience. What is authority? Are you sure? Hello, doll. Something like that, maybe. Audience and the issue. Signature must be validated so that the token can be trusted. Tempered. And how do I set it up? Explicit validation. Oh, we can get it from the configuration. Cool, cool, cool. Token validation parameters. Oh, there we go. Hell? Huh. Token validation parameters. Valid audiences, valid issuers. Metadata address. Map inbound claims. What is authority? Authority to use when making OpenAD Connect calls. I don't remember what that is. But okay. Let's make it configurable. Sure. Authority audience. single valid audience value for any received an ID token. This value is passed. Property is empty. This value is passed into token parameters for the audience of that property. For any received OpenID connect token. Valid issues for valid audiences. Forcing the bearer authentication. Set default policies, require auth policy. Set default policy can be used to require authentication for all requests, even to endpoints without an authorize attribute. So I would rather use that authorize attribute for this one. Well, let's take a look what it's gonna generate. I'm curious now, because now the test controller should be restricted. Do we have any sort of authentication there? I don't see any. Unauthorized. So probably we need to define something for the Open API. Yeah, it doesn't have anything regarding authentication. There was something though. Okay, what does it say actually? Oh my god. No body. Response headers. Authenticate bearer. Okay. Use authentication, use authorization. Where is my program? Headers. I mean, I could supply a header here manually, but I would like a UI for that actually. Oh, nice. So here we can actually configure what claims and roles we want. So add policy. So we create a policy that requires a role, for example, and requires a claim of scope. Okay. And then we can require authorization. Wait. Ah, crap. That means that we can't do it here. No, wait. Require authorization. How can I do that for the controllers? Policy. So yeah, okay. This needs to move to here. Authorize. And this is going to be our policy. So we need technically 2 scopes. No, not even scopes. Policy roles, authentication schemes. Add authorization builder. Well, I'm going to change this later, but for now, let's try to use that right here. There was something about OpenAPI. Mm-hmm. Map open API require authorization. But what if different controllers require different policies? Let's try to just add this thing. Add open API. Okay, security schemes. Do we have anything here? Authentication required. Bearer token. Okay, good. Hmm. It doesn't include the authentication and the code snippets. That's not nice. Invalid token. Okay, nice. Okay, so this is all interesting, but I need to make this application configurable. I need to make it send open telemetry and stuff like that. How am I gonna do that? I mean, I can create this host builder in the same way that I created for a normal app host builder. I can do that for the web host builder. I think. Web application builder. So what do I do there? Environment variables, command line, and the configuration files that are pretty specific. Okay, I don't need any of that for this application. Now, I don't need app ID, any of that. And I need the list of configuration files. App info, this is what is being used. Wait, folder app hosted service settings. App hosted service. Ah, I see. I don't think I need all of this. So what am I missing? So when I tried to include Boulder car services, logger needs that. We can skip the logger, I think. Feature flags. Again, that's for the server. I'm fine with that, I think. Monitoring services. I don't need that. I don't need this. I don't need this. Task manager. I don't need that. Feature flags. This is nice. But I can just add this directly. Add Boulder feature flag services only. Let's see. Logger. Well, having nlog properly configured here is nice, but technically now I don't really need that on this application. Yeah, I don't need that. Nlog factory. And this one needs the app info. App info. I can just supply that Boulder app info. Instance, no, this is not good. This is not correct. I don't need this. What I can do maybe... I don't need actually any of this. If I want an nlog, I can just create a more minimalistic analog factory, but I don't think I need that right now. That's only needed for the server. Okay, so now logger, we added the feature flags, monitoring, just meters. We don't need those. App auth, core network, task manager. Okay, perfect. We only needed the feature flags. So we can remove the core services. Now, what do we have in Ymirheim core services? Monitoring, OpenTelemetry metrics exporter. Let's see, OpenTelemetry meters to listen. And system runtime. I don't need that anymore. And OpenTelemetry is gonna be a bit different now, I guess. Technically, I can use this. I can just add monitoring services, and that's it. And I will have my OpenTelemetry. And then I can configure my OpenTelemetry. One sec. What's going on here? Okay. I don't think I need to bother with that right now. So we can get rid of that. Now, entity framework. Let's do that. Game data. Game data. This is... I probably need this. Do I need this? Wait a second. Yeah, I think I do need this. At least to get the item names in the future. Okay, this just registers the game data manager. What is the service? Tables to load. Yeah, so if I don't register any tables, it should be all good. So let's see what happens if I just do that. Yeah, it works. Okay, okay. Now, what do they comment out here? OpenTelemetry metrics exporter service. Now I can does it actually work? I want to take a look. Game data manager. I didn't start that. All right, we have some errors, right? I didn't register the OpenTelemetry. I decided to skip it, right? At monitoring services. I guess I decided to skip it for now, but there is no reason for that, to be honest. Okay, it does work. So I can add hosted services. This is so awesome. I'm really glad I moved to this app builder architecture. It's actually working absolutely awesomely. But okay, have hosted services. And yeah, it should be disabled by default, right? Yeah. It's disabled by default, so I can just ignore it completely for now. I only need these two. Okay. And this is awesome that Scholar is available without any authentication, but the actual endpoints do require an authentication. Authentication required. That's good. Barrier token. Right, so do we do authentication right now or do we skip it for now? I think we're gonna skip it for now. Let's close all of that. So, what are we gonna do next? We can try to load some data. Game data, I mean. How do we do that again? Ymirheim login server services. Wait, let me check here. Okay, we should be good. So in here we should register some game data. Game data tables. So we need to add a folder, dependency injection. Game data tables. Wait, what? What did I just... Game data tables service. And I need exactly this. Why don't they have a world table? Is that a login server thing? I think it is. Yeah. Well then zone server collection. Oof. The problem is I would need to create something like that. Not with the connection pool, but something based on the events that we receive from the WebSockets. Because worlds would have to connect. Worlds will have to connect to that WebSocket server. And we would have to retrieve the information, like which worlds are connected. But table. I need world table to at least have the min access level, name, ID, enabled, sorting. Min age, I guess, also gets checked. It's stupid, I need to remove it. Well, I can actually. Wait a second. World table. ID name, enabled name, sorting, min age, min access level, access denied, min client version, max client version. Huh. How can I make it work? How can I make this, move this table into the game library and extend it somehow? By ID, just one reference. Wait, what? How is that possible? Oh, I guess enabled, all the enabled worlds. Enabled worlds. So the thing is, I need this world info to be a base object, and I need to strip like all the connection pool thing from here, only leave these properties, I guess. Maybe this. And then on the login server, I need to extend this object with everything else, right? And then this table would have to create an object like dynamically, unless here in the world manager service, I'm gonna create a new object based on that one. Or I can extract this as a world metadata. No, I also need the status to be there, I guess. Or, yeah, maybe I can extract world metadata, like all these properties that get loaded from the... what's its name? From the CSV table. And everything else is gonna be like the actual logic thing. So it's gonna be world.metadata.id, I guess. I don't like it. How can I make this world table? Well, I can make this class abstract. Still, I don't like it. I think the best way to end this would be to have this world info stripped of any logic, just the metadata, to be moved to the game. And then instead of this world info, we will have like an actual world object that can be created, that extends the world info and can be created from the world info. I don't know. Can kill Flatros, taking almost no damage with a sword. Okay, I need to take a look into that. Their movement seems buggy. Really? Interesting. So are you actually not taking damage from them, or is just the animation gets stuck? Because, yeah, they do lag out a little bit visual, especially when they are like on the edge of the water. I can distance myself, they get stuck on the floor. And you actually are not taking any damage if you look at the combat log, right? Huh. Interesting. They shouldn't get stuck or anything. Weird. I did test them, but with ranged classes. And they did work pretty well. I don't know. Weird. And yeah, they were like lagging and getting stuck sometimes, but only visually on the client side. On the server, they were still continuing to hit me. Weird. But yeah, I can take a look. Thank you for letting me know. I'll take a look. You're level 22. I don't know. But yeah, I can take a look. Vault table. Pretty sure I did overwrite some tables. I did extend this one, weapon stats table, but it's just the list of attributes. It's not like I'm overriding the whole object. Do I have any other examples? No, I don't. What's the API server going to be used for? For like any third-party clients interacting with the game data. Like a Discord bot, for example, that can access your characters information, for example. Or potentially anything else. Basically, anyone would be able to create an API client and execute requests on behalf of players that allow that client to use their data. It's not like public. It's like you will have to authenticate, like similar to what you're doing right now when you're logging into the game. You're given the consent of accessing your data to the Ymirheim launcher. And then it uses a token that gets generated to access your data and log you into the game. It's going to be similar. It's like any third-party app would be able to, again, present this request to you, and you can consent that, for example, you want to give permissions for this app to access your game data, and the app will be able to do that. But I mean, if I made like a DPS parser for Ymir, for example, do I have access to the game data getters? What do you mean? DPS parser. Do I have access to the game data getters? Can you elaborate? What are the game data getters and DPS parsers? Yeah. So because they can pull references publicly, where typically a lot of Korean MMOs, I guess, data is not public. I mean, what kind of data are you talking about? Will players be able to mod and mirror just the administration? If you're talking about the client, if you want to like interact with the client data structures, probably it's not gonna be available because it's designed pretty badly. It's the logic is fully in C++. There is no way to properly like access it. It's not like World of Warcraft where like you have a Lua API that's being used by the UI and you can like pull the data from there. No, it's more complex than that. What I'm talking about is like general data regarding your character that is stored on the server. So for example, like your character name, level, I don't know, class, a list of friends, your blacklist, something like that. Okay, I have an idea how to do this. So we're gonna move this world info. So this world info, first of all, we need to rename this to world. And then in the game, we're gonna create a world info. And we're gonna move all of these properties, these ones, to here. I guess I also need to move this one to the game. Semantic version. Min max client version. Left that in Real 2.5 to be C#. Now, you're probably confusing that with Unity. Among the popular engines, only Unity, I guess, uses C#. Well, I guess in Godot. But Unreal was always on C++. It's like just the modern versions of Unreal have blueprints, which like visual programming stuff, and it's more like scripts and not like programming. But Unreal was always in C++. I prefer C++ anyway. Well, yeah, for the game, I think that's quite advantageous to have like a full control over everything. So connection pool status, instance goods, and servers. This string thing can be moved to the world info. Okay. This looks good. Status of line. Okay. We can move the status to there as well. Now, let's just have all the info as just collection of metadata and that's it. So here I also want to create a constructor that accepts ID, and that's it. That would be our required argument. So then here we also need byte ID, base ID. I'm losing my voice. Oh my god. Excuse me. Okay, this should be good. Then yeah, this is something that we will need to do. So here we move the ID. Actually, do I need that to be a required argument? No, I don't. I can let the world be just empty completely. Okay, then here what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a protected virtual world info. That's the world now, right? So there's two ways that I see. I can make this a world info, and this will only provide the world info, not the actual world, which I think is what I need. Oh my God. Now here we only have the world info. Then the world itself can be created from world info, right? And we would just have to copy every property. I don't like that, but yeah, it would be really easy to make a mistake here. Or I literally can make it a metadata, world metadata, which would be an instance of world info. I need to move this thing. Hello, Albus. Hi. How are you doing? And now this thing only returns the metadata. Now here, we would actually have to create a world. Enable the worlds. Register world. Okay, world info. Now we do var world equals new world out of world info. Right. But now I also have a dozen of errors, or a couple of dozen of errors. Doing good. Nice, nice. So yeah, now all the IDs, all the like min access levels and stuff like that gets moved. So okay, now I can move this world table to the game library. Yeah, now I don't have any references to the login assembly. I can just do that. And I also need to register that table. No, I don't have to register that table. I just have to... That's the login server, right? I can do it like this. API server for what? Sorry for interrupting. No problem. API server that provides like character data stored on the servers in the database. So basically, to allow creating some third-party applications that can like work with your data if you give those applications the access to your data. Something like that. Basically, a way to create all kinds of different interactions from outside my own ecosystem, but I don't know how to describe this. Basically a point of extensibility for other applications, third-party applications. Okay, so then here I can use that world table. Yeah, now I don't have that folder. Now it's empty. Let's delete it. And now I probably have a bunch of weird errors. Like here, for example, world ID. So now here I need to do world metadata ID. Which is weird, but this is what it is. Understand 50-50. Yeah, it's a complex topic, to be honest. But hopefully soon you will be able to see the benefit of this thing. Please nerf mermaid archers. What don't you like about them? I guess their way of kiting you? What's yeah, like, can you elaborate? What you don't like about them? The kiting makes them impossible to deal with and multi-aggro. They're just not appropriate for a level 13 character. I'm level 22 and they're insane. So is the main problem that they aggro together, like they're social? I think they are assisters. Or is that the chitin itself the main problem? The chitin is fine. Just not the multi-aggro. But yeah, they are meant to be killed from a distance or with the usage of crowd control. Because yeah, they're designed to kite you. I'll see what I can do about multi-aggro. Maybe we can... This is not reliable because it's gambling. Oh, it's gonna be more reliable on higher levels, but yeah, I agree. Level 13. I don't know. I'll take a look. Let me actually write it down. 1 sec. I'm gonna forget about this if I'm not gonna write it down. So I need tests, mermaid, archers, not appropriate for the level, special. And I also need to test, what's with it? Withdraw. With a sword. Chitin. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Is there anything you need me to test out on a melee? Let me know. It's hard to tell off the top of my head. Pretty much in game and only need cards. You're level 22, I think you said? Yeah, level 22. Tell me about the culvert. What do you think about that? Have you been there? What's your experience with the latest version of the culvert? Much better. I did sewer rats. Have you figured out how to properly fight the thief bugs and culvert thief bugs? Because those are different. The quests are too long in general, so it's better to just naturally kill mobs. I didn't test the quests there, to be honest. I did just a rough ballpark. But yeah, my general aim right now for the quest duration on the higher levels is around 30 minutes or a little bit less. Because they're better known for low-level characters. You'll die almost instantly if you get caught by aggressive thief bug that's an invis in the wrong spot, even with high death. But have you figured out how to avoid getting caught by them? Because there is a way to completely avoid them. Hint, hint. Tell us there is a way to tell if they are invis. No, there is no way of telling if they are invis. If they are invisible, they're just invisible. No, that there's nothing right now to detect them that we have. Okay, so let's do what? Let's do login server .NET build, because we need to fix a bunch of errors. Because at least in a lot of times I do access the world ID, and now it's moved to the metadata property. Yeah. A bunch of those things. But in general, it's fine. Colvert is way better now. I actually find it better than fighting Terrafield. Okay. Good to hear that. Okay, we fixed that. Let's see, what else do I need? Should be good. So let's close all of those files. Okay. Now the world info is available to the API. I need... Wait, I did rename it. Oof. What the hell? Boulder server API dependency injection. Why doesn't it? Okay. So now we should have the world table in the game data. One problem though is I don't think it actually loads it. So now let's try to start the API project. It's probably not going to be able to load the game data, but maybe it will. What do we have here? No game data manager. Uh-huh. Should be like that, I guess. Okay, what do we have? Yeah, catalog data table vault. So why can't we find that table? Run working directory. Should be able to do that. Why? One sec, let me fix some of this stuff. Actually, no. No, I guess whatever. How do we fix this? Catalog data table vault. Why should have access to that unless this web application gets started like in a different directory. Let's see, does it say anything about... Why don't I see these messages? Oh, I guess... No, wait. I should be able to see this login game data tables message, and I don't. Weird. But okay, I'm looking for a working directory here, content root path. So we have that working directory properly set. And it should have the access to the data folder. Default and local, including the old CSV file. Why doesn't want to load it? Doesn't say anything about no data, no file directory is configured. It just says cannot load data table vaults. File not found. Wait, what? Cannot find data table source file. Okay. So what does it check? What the hell? Doesn't even output anything in the console. What? Get document. Ah. It builds the document. The open API document. This is why I don't see anything. So how does that work? API description server. Hmm. And how do I make it work? API description server. Right, this is not useful. Source repository. So it does find the volts table. The problem is I need to make it work with the API generation, Open API generation. So if I don't generate this file, can I delete it? Then I don't have it anymore, right? Where is my thingy? Oh, no, I do have it, but I guess it gets generated on the fly, right? Generate documents. Cache generated Open API document. There we go. Cache output map Open API cache output. Oh my god. Services add output cache. Okay. Expire 10 minutes. Base policy. Use output cache. Bah. Cache output. It's generated every time a request to the Open API endpoint is sent. Regeneration enables transformers to incorporate dynamic app state into their operation. For example, regenerating a request with details of the HTTP request. When applicable, the Open API document can be cached to avoid executing the document generation pipeline on each HTTP request. So, did I miss anything? Add output cache. Key. Open API. Use output cache. Map Open API with the cache output. Now the question is, first of all, let me get rid of that. Okay, so we also have the access to the vaults now, which is awesome, but let's get rid of all of that. Back to our document. So this should be cached, right? Do we have anything in the headers? (1854.01). It is cached. It is cached. Key. H22. I guess that's seconds, 22 seconds. Right. So it is cached now. But does our normal endpoint work, or is it cached too? Because that I saw like a default cache policy. Right, it requires authentication. Oops. Test controller. Right. Sometime in the stratosphere. There we go. It is cached. Stupid. So, what if I don't set base policy? Can I configure this thing? Builder. Endpoint builder. Cache output policy. Aha. Policy name. But okay, we can add. So what do we do here? Action policy. How do I create it? Can I do it like that? I don't think I can do it like this. Oh, I can. Maybe. Yeah, I can. Okay, now this is not cached. And this should be cached. So 1857.18. 57.18. Nice. Age 8, age 12. Okay, perfect, it works. So I can remove that. Can move it here. Right. This is nice. Now, it did mention somewhere. Let me close all of that. I don't need it anymore. It did mention multiple documents. That I can create multiple documents. Yeah, by the way, I'm gonna remove this. I don't want it. We're not gonna generate. Actually, let it be. Because I need different APIs, like public and private. Multiple open API documents. Should include group name. Okay, in some scenarios it's helpful to generate multiple open API documents with different content from a single ASP.NET Core API app for different audiences, such as public and internal. Yes. Generate multiple open API documents, call the open API extension method once for each document, specifying a different document name in the first parameter each time. So, first of all, do I need this project? I don't think I need it. I already include everything I needed. What is this? Oh, an HTTP thingy. Okay, whatever. Can I have a mob kill tracker added to it so we can pin the Discord bot for mob kill count tracker bad luck? Yes, this is something exactly that we will be able to do later when I have this implemented. You will be able to pull your statistics. Actually, let me double check. How does that work? Zone server chat commands. I think it's like show statistics. Entries. Statistics component. Where does it take the data from? I think it's taken it from the database. Statistics component entries. How do we populate this? Sessions, statistics loader. Yeah. So yeah, we definitely will be able to do that. Pull your statistics from the game database and display it on Discord, for example. Or even request like specific piece of the data from the statistics, like a kill count of a specific monster. Okay, so yeah, I don't need this anymore. I can close that. One less level of confusion. Also, let's move this to a different window and only leave my actual application in the first window. Okay, so back to this. Have the same thing open twice. So we'll have different names, right? Add OpenAPI. So this is going to be public, right? Each invocation of add OpenAPI can specify its own set of options, so you can choose to use the same or different customization for each OpenAPI document. The framework uses should-include-delegate method of OpenAPI options to determine which endpoints to include in each document. For each document, the should-include-delegate method is called for each endpoint in the app, passing the API description object for the endpoint. The method returns a Boolean value indicating whether the endpoint should be included in the document. So this description object contains information about the endpoint, such as the HTTP method, route, and response types. Okay. Metadata attached to each endpoint via attributes or extension methods. So I guess group name. Oh, wait, group name. The default implementation of this delegate uses the group name field of a API description. The delegate is set on an endpoint either with the with group name extension method or the endpoint group name attribute. with group name or with attributed term switching points to include in the document any endpoint that has not been assigned to the group name included in the okay. You can customize the should include delegate. Okay, so this is its default behavior by group names that should mark. Okay, so let's add this attribute. Can we just, well, first of all, what am I doing? First of all, I want to disable cache for the dev environment. So what I want to do is OpenAPI is going to be available in production build. But in the development, we will not have the cache. So if it's not in development, you know what? What we can do is we can do it like this. Except I need to swap those two around. So in development, we just have OpenAPI. In production, we'll also include the cache. Right. And let's test right now. So I added the public name for the OpenAPI, right? And let's see if it includes our test endpoint. It should not. We have nothing here. We don't have v1. Have public with the test thing. Is it cached? It shouldn't be cached. It's not cached. It's not cached. And it has the test endpoint. Why? Wait. Oh, group name equals now, or, okay, so everything that doesn't have a group name ends up there. But now, if I mark this as endpoint group name, internal, no, public, no, internal. Wait, but then why don't I see this thing? OpenAPI wrote pattern. This is the route pattern for the OpenAPI document name. Documents, document name. Interesting. So the pattern actually matches, but it doesn't retrieve the document. Interesting. Add document. Public. Nice. We have that document. Public. Public. Let's do v1. Just with v1. And what did they set here? Internal group name. Let's do v1-internal. And I could also add documents. And here I could do, if it's development, then we do v1 and I could v1 internal. Otherwise, we just use v1. And here we duplicate that, v1-internal. Found an exploit? Tell me. You can death warp. What do you mean? With no penalty if you take off all your gear. What penalty? There is no penalty to the... no penalty to dying. Also, Amulet of Promises is free now. Durability now. You lose durability with like when you receive hits from enemies. Depending on where the hit lands, you can lose durability from that piece of equipment. If it's a critical attack, I think it's 2 times or 3 times. I don't remember exactly the damage. Or I think it's less. I think it's random between 1 and 2 times when it's critical. But yeah, there is no death penalty at all. With the death penalty, initially I thought to... I was thinking to implement something. Like the easiest way would be that you lose 1%. But that's really stupid. I thought about... yeah, no death penalty for now. Especially because a lot of monsters... well, not even monsters, but there's a lot of cases where you die not because of your own mistakes, but because of the game being laggy or something like that. But yeah, basically Ragnarok Online 1 has death penalty of -1%, which is stupid, especially because when you reach the level cap, it becomes like irrelevant. It doesn't matter. I really liked the implementation of death penalty in World of Warcraft, but I don't think I would go that far to implement something like this. They do that to sell a solution. Like another idea that I had a long time ago, not right now, but a long time ago, I thought that maybe that like experience loss of -1% could be like implemented afterwards. So for example, when you die, you receive a debuff, and for a certain amount of time or certain amount of experience, you receive less experience or something like that. But again, that's stupid and irrelevant when you reach the level cap. So for now, there is no death penalty at all. And maybe in the future, when we have like dungeons and stuff like that, dungeons, guild wars, there could be introduced a death penalty in a way of temporarily reducing your maximum health. Just to like limit the abuse, theoretical possibility of abuse in a dungeon when you can just die like 100 of times trying and eventually succeed. It will, well, it's still a like only a planned thing, and maybe it doesn't even, that's gonna end up as a actual feature. We will see. Do you think printer origins should have a way to get cards, slots, and materials? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. I'll think about that. But okay, v1 and v1 dash internal. Okay, we have the test thing here. Now here, yes, we can switch between the documents. And internal has this thing. So if I comment out this thing, what would happen? Ymirheim is painful walk and podcast sucks. Yeah. We have just to v1 by default. That's good. So now if I like imagine that we are running, and actually what I can do is I can, where is my properties, launch settings, production. Let's try to run this in the production mode, and I should only see the v1. Yes. And if I switch back to development, I will see both of the documents. Yes, perfect. Okay, so if we have this, yeah, I think we're done here actually. This is cool. So now, can I, where is my note? Let's move that to dev notes. Yeah, I wanted to create like a list of worlds. So let's try to do that. Let's copy the test controller, call it worlds controller. And it's gonna be v1. all this crap will go away. Now, here, do I do that in the MVC structure or what? Let's try models. Let's let's add world model, maybe, and it will have public int ID, string name. What else? Well, we will see in a moment. Now this will return world model. Then we need what? This is going to be our first controller that will use game data manager. And what we can do is this game data get world table enabled. Enable the worlds. And what we do with that, return enable the worlds, select world info, new world model, ID equals world info ID, name world info name, to array. Let's try that. Worlds. Name now. Okay, test. Nice. Have the list of worlds. What else do I need? Let's try character info. But wait. I mean, I can use world database. Ah, wait. Well, yeah, I can use the world database. That shouldn't be a problem. So let's try, like, start creating characters. Controller. Characters controller. And now here I need the access to the database. How do I do that? world database. Well, let's try. It's not gonna be like that because now with this application, in theory, I can have multiple world databases in a single application, which I didn't take into account before. So I would need some kind of world database manager that has multiple connections to all databases. But okay, that's a problem for future me. For now, I just need a world database. Okay, world database. And this is how we use it. So here we would need character repository. Here I need world ID / character ID and world ID and character ID. Actually byte world ID. Right. And for now, we don't take into account the world ID because we will only have a single database. Get by ID, character ID. And now in the models, let's do C# item character model. Not sure if that's the correct way of doing this, but I guess. So here character model public int ID name. What else? What else can we pull from there? Character inf. So ID, user ID, yeah. Let's pull that. ID, user ID. Name normalized, original gender. It's in the game, good. We'll see how that gets serialized to the HTTP. Race. For now, it's gonna be it. So we have that. Just in case, I can retrieve the base level, which was gonna be based on the exp table, which we are not loaded. It could be interesting. Service provider interface. It needs the exp table. Well, we will see what's gonna happen. But yeah, I can easily add the exp table to this. So we have the character, right? We're gonna return new. It's not enumerable, it's the request of a specific character. So new character model, ID, character ID, user ID, name, gender, and race. And right now, it's not going to even be able to connect to the database. We haven't set up the connection strings, but I'm curious what's going to happen. Characters. Can I represent enumerables with strings? Okay, if we test this, character ID, old ID1, character ID1, send. Unable to resolve old database. Why? Login database. Did they only add login database? I didn't add any databases. So I need add old database services. And this will fail because we don't have a config for this. Database old. So we don't have a config for this, but at least now it should be able to find the service. It just shouldn't be able to connect to the actual database. Now, unable to resolve. Oh. Interesting. Oh, I didn't save the file. Stupid. Okay. There we go. Please specify database configuration provider. Okay, good. So now we need to figure out how to set up the configs for this project. I guess we can use the app settings, right? So we need database world. I need to change these dots. This is coming from a very old version of the server, but it's okay for now. So database world provider. I need to take a look how I did that. Local world. Wait, what? Where is the provider? Oh, I guess in the default. Database provider. This is our provider. And connection string. Now, the connection string is different on the development version. It's the Docker. My local Docker. It's gonna be awesome if it just gonna work, but I doubt that it will. Actually, it should. I don't see any reason why it shouldn't. Right. I'm in the development mode, right? Yes. So what's wrong? Why don't app settings actually load? Do I need to specify that somehow? Huh. Why don't I see the app settings? Ah, I know. It doesn't load these files because the base directory is there. Well, just to test if that's true, let's move this, oh my god, there, to the root directory. And it's not there. Here. There we go. Now xtable is not working. But yeah, okay. The database is actually working. We are connecting to the database. Now we just need to add the experience table. Game data tables. Exp table. And that also means that we can add a level to our character model. Nice. It actually works. Now, how do I make the enumerables converted to strings? Let's Google that. One sec. How do I even Google that? .NET Open API. And just string or something like that. To serialize a string. With the JSON converter. JSON serializer options. This is annoying. I don't know. Like, there is a way to do that, I guess. But it's super annoying. Seven people involved. Yeah, I see. Nice. But there is a problem with this. If we would ever make like sending, like updating the values possible, that would mean that we would have to convert the incoming strings for enums back to integers. Hmm. I would just like open API to show the actual values for gender. Gender, schema is gender. Gender type integer. Can I add some kind of documentation to that? Should be possible. Customize documents. I have that open. So how can we customize the documents? Document transformers. .NET Open API, add documentation. Description. Description attribute. Where did it come from? Somewhere from the Open API. Let's figure it out. So character model, gender. I should probably assign the gender thingy to the class, but let's try with this first. So description, component model? I don't see any Open API thing here. Try that. So the values are 1 male, 2 female. 1 equals male, 2 equals female. Would that work? Yes. Nice, and it actually comments that in the model as well. 1 male, 2 female. Perfect, and I can do the same for race. Nice. Nice. Character model. Nice. Okay. That's great. Yeah, we definitely can work with this. I like it. So now, well, I need to work on the authentication, but I don't think I will bother with that today. What I can do is I can extend this character model a little bit and can probably add more properties here. So what do? User ID, name, gender, race. Yeah, we can add that. Base experience, current class ID, creation date, why not? Deletion date, I think we should exclude deleted character. I think we already excluded them. Appearance, that's well, we can try and see what's gonna happen if we include that, but that's gonna be weird, I think. Let's do base level there. Okay, appearance class aside, I'm just not gonna do that. Those are not loaded automatically. Current class experience. Current class ID, current class experience. Base level, current class level. Right. Friends blacklist, we're not doing that. That's gonna be separate. So now we need to try and where the hell is that? Character controller, yes. So race, base level. I'm gonna put base experience first, because base level is just a representation of base experience. Current class ID, current class experience, current class level, creation date, and appearance. Have no idea how that serialize. Get what you're doing. I understood the possibilities of having the API, but I'm still not sure what exactly you're aiming for as the first API experience. Well, you will see hopefully soon. Not gonna say anything else for now. Okay, let's try that. This is actually good. It actually serializes every property. Oh, and I just noticed that it actually serialized that with lowercase first character, which is awesome. Performance, so you do have a plan, yes. Okay, we have that. We have that. Current class experience 0. Weird. Did they reset my class experience? But okay, I think we're fine. What about the documentation? There we go. Base experience, base level, current class ID, current class experience, class level, creation date. It actually serializes that with the proper ISO date. Good. Appearance, show child attributes. Nice. I really like it. I really like it. Appearance. Probably need to rename the class to the character appearance to avoid confusion. Okay, 1 sec. Worlds. Can we add some more information to the worlds? ID enabled sorting. I don't know. Management access level. I don't think it's... No, I don't think this information is needed. Sorting, though. We can sort by that number. It's just I don't necessarily remember how that works. Because that's on the client side, if I remember correctly. Okay, for now, whatever. So next step, I guess, would be the proper authentication. And that could be a problem because well, that wouldn't be a problem. It's just I'm not sure how to set it up with this web application. What's the proper way? Because I have it in a different way. Like, how do I say it? In my login server, it's implemented in a different way. And this is a different approach. So, metadata address. What is this? Guess discovery endpoint. There we go. So maybe it will work automatically. Metadata address is ad.ymyrheim.org .wellknown OpenID configuration. Bah. What's the discovery document endpoint? Oh, it's just literally this. There we go. So now we can actually configure that API. Let's do it here. Oh my God. So API metadata address. This is definitely something that we need. Hopefully it will like obtain the keys from the JW keys, the public keys. So, oh my God, I need to close this crap. So this is our metadata address. Optional if the, so these ones are optional if the metadata address is specified. It's authority audience. Weird. Why is it optional? The discover endpoint. Actually, this is something that I need because I will probably. So, one sec. Where is my development environment? Builder environment. So if it's not development, we require, okay. Gitzo set the discover endpoint for obtaining metadata. Gitzo sets the authority to use when making OpenID Connect calls. So what is that? What's that supposed to be? Authority to use when making OpenID Connect calls. Audience. Gitro says the single valid audience value for any required OpenID Connect token. Yes, this is what I need. This value is passed into valid audience if that property is empty. So let's remove that. So authority, no idea. Let's set it to an empty string. Authority audience. Audience is gonna be api.�mirheim.org. Now these things. Okay, wait. This value is passed into token validation parameters valid audience. But here we have valid audiences. Interesting. Why? 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 a string that represents a valid audience that will be used to check against the token's audience. The default is null. A numberable string that contains valid audiences that will be used to check against the token's audience. Weird. So if this value is passed into that, if that property is empty, the expected audience for any received OpenID Connect token. Weird. Why do we have valid audiences and audience in here? What's the difference? Validate issuer, audience, issuer signing key. Valid issuers. 30. Well, let's set those options. I don't know. Valid audience is gonna be the same. Do we need multiple valid audiences? We don't. So let's... Oh, I don't know. I think I will just use a single one. So valid audience. Actually, I'm gonna remove this because it says that this value is passed into token validation parameters dot valid audience if that property is empty. Well, just in case, I'm gonna still pass it, but yeah, as a single value, not as multiple. Valid issuers, we can make those multiple values. So this is gonna be id.�mirheim.org. Authority, what does that mean? Can I Google that? Open, oh my god. OpenID Connect authority. OpenID Connect authority refers to the server that authenticates users and issues ID tokens based on the OpenID Connect protocol. So that's the ID, Ymirheim ID. Okay. Also, let's copy this into the production config, because this is the production setup. I will have to spin up my local Ymirheim ID instance to test everything, because I don't want to expose my valid tokens when I'm testing something. So yeah, on development, I would have to... Oof, I don't even know. I think I'm gonna set it up inside a Docker. Like that, and we will see. But yeah, that's something for the next time, I guess. And I would have to actually check that it actually validates. But map inbound claims, where does it map it to? Property on the default instance in security token validators, which is then used to determine whether or not to map claim types that are extracted when validating or just web token. If this is set to true, claim type is set to the JSON claims name after translating using this mapping. How can I retrieve those? Like when the token is validated, can I access it in the controller somehow? Well, we would have to figure that out. Before we go, where is devotion level 1 and heroic fortitude level 1? They are not non-existent right now. Like, some of the skills are meant to be obtained only through the quests. Well, technically in the future, most of the skills will be obtained through the quests, but these ones especially. And also, those skills are pretty overpowered, I think, at the current state of the game. Like, if I introduce them and let you guys actually use them, that would be pretty OP compared to other classes. So probably I would have to tweak the level availability on those skills and test that properly. For now, it's just... they're basically non-existent in the game. And the skill books are there to remind me that I do need to work on that in the future. Something like that. So I'm curious now. If I actually enable authentication on the test, what's next after API stuff on the roadmap? A lot of things, and I'm not entirely sure what I would do first. Like, I have a bunch of stuff that I still need to fix in the game content. Like, for example, some monster stats. I need to finish boss monsters. That will most likely be the next thing. But in general, I wanted to actually finish like basic content for 𝙽𝙴𝚁𝙸𝚂 before continuing with the next content. And the next piece of content, like big piece of content, would be Ymir Cave level 2 and 3, which will be instance dungeons. And after that, Cognita. So that, but that's like a big picture. I'd like more stuff to do. Yeah, I can imagine. More equipment soon. Yes, this is another thing. So basically I want to make this like the regions of the game that are already available, so Admimis and Prontera, and all the content related to them, even with all like story quests and personal quests that are planned. So I want to finish all of that, and it's gonna take some time, but maybe before I like finish the story quest completely, I will switch to maybe instance dungeons for a little bit. I don't know. We will see. But yeah, that's like the big plan. And I have a bunch of like very small stuff on my to-do list that I need to tackle. So, so yeah, I think this is gonna be it for today. We did some progress. I really enjoy developing web applications on ASP.NET Core. It's just amazing. Like I'm really surprised that I can set up API like that basically like in a matter of couple of hours. I've spent most of the time like researching different topics, but if I would know how to do all of that, that would take me like, I don't know, 1 hour to set this all up. And it's awesome. So, we'll continue with that next time. Let's see, can we raid somebody? Pum pum pum. Who do we have? Does anybody do web dev right now? On .NET ideally? Well, I can see one person doing web dev. And they're gone. Let's rate Oik. I don't know. Or actually, maybe let's do try and rate this person. So yeah, this is gonna be it for today. We did make some nice progress. I was hoping to make better progress, but yeah, I did have to change some stuff in the server code to make this possible, like the list of vaults is one of those. I did have to rework that a little bit. And I unfortunately didn't set up the WebSocket server yet. We would need to tackle that also next time. But first, authentication. This is one more thing that I need to figure out. But yeah, this is looking good. And yeah, we will continue probably on the weekend. I'm not sure. If not, then on Monday. Because tomorrow is Friday, if I remember correctly. Yes, tomorrow is Friday, and we will probably play some game on stream. Not sure yet what game. I didn't prepare. But we will figure that out. So yeah, hopefully I see you next time, and thank you for watching, and have a nice day. Bye-bye.